The broadcast of the regular meeting of the Minneapolis City Council will now begin.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Lisa Bender, and I'm the president of the Minneapolis City Council. I'm going to call to order this regular meeting for Friday, December 4th. Before we proceed, I'll note that this meeting has remote participation by council members and city staff as authorized under the provisions of Open Meeting Law, Section 13D.021, due to the declared state of local public health emergency. Before we begin, I'll note that there is a technical issue with the Comcast broadcast, and I'd like to ask staff to just explain how we are able to make this meeting video available to the public given that technical issue.
President Bender, CJ Harrison here from Communications Department. So Comcast equipment is down. So this meeting is live on CenturyLink. It will be live on YouTube, and we are streaming it live to our webpage. So it's available in 3 of our four locations.
Thank you. Would it be possible for City Communications to send out that information in a public-facing venue?
Yeah,
I don't know how many people.
Sorry, President. We also posted it on our page, so a Comcast outage, and so I will reach out to communications staff to see if they can send some out.
Thank you. Thank you for that. At this time, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll to verify a quorum for this meeting.
Councilmember Goodman.
Present.
Councilmember Johnson.
Present.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Present.
Councilmember Gordon.
Here.
Councilmember Cano.
Here.
Councilmember Reich.
Here.
Councilmember Fletcher.
Here.
Councilmember Schrader.
Here.
Councilmember Osman.
Present.
Councilmember Cunningham.
Present.
Councilmember Ellison.
Present.
Vice President Jenkins.
Here.
President Bender.
Here.
There are 13 members present.
Let the record reflect that we have a quorum for today's meeting. The agenda is before us. Are there any amendments to the agenda? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to adopt the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Goodman.
Aye.
Councilmember Johnson.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Gordon.
Aye.
Councilmember Cano.
Aye.
Councilmember Reich.
Aye.
Councilmember Fletcher.
Aye.
Councilmember Schrader.
Aye.
Councilmember Osman.
Aye.
Councilmember Cunningham.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Vice President Jenkins.
Aye.
President Bender.
Aye.
There are 13 ayes.
That carries and the agenda is adopted. Next is the minutes from our regular meeting from November 13th. May I have a motion to accept those minutes?
So moved.
Second.
Clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Goodman.
Aye.
Councilmember Johnson.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Gordon.
Aye.
Councilmember Cano.
Aye.
Councilmember Reich.
Aye.
Councilmember Fletcher.
Aye.
Councilmember Schrader.
Aye.
Councilmember Osman.
Aye.
Councilmember Cunningham.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Vice President Jenkins.
Aye.
President Bender.
Aye.
There are 13 ayes.
That carries and those minutes are accepted. Next, we have the referral of petitions, communications, and reports to the proper committees. May I have that motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
Clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Goodman.
Aye.
Councilmember Johnson.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Gordon.
Aye.
Councilmember Cano.
Aye.
Councilmember Reich.
Aye.
Councilmember Fletcher.
Aye.
Councilmember Schrader.
Aye.
Councilmember Osman.
Aye.
Councilmember Cunningham.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Vice President Jenkins.
Aye.
President Bender.
Aye.
There are 13 ayes.
That carries and those matters are referred. Today we have an honorary resolution on our agenda to recognize one of our department heads who is retiring after many decades of service, our fire chief, John Fredel. We're going to do that presentation now, and it's another one where we would normally be in City Hall. I'd probably be tearing up as I do at those. So, but today we'll do it virtually. And I've asked Councilmember Cunningham to present the resolution. He's the chair of our Public Health and Public Safety Committee. And then after that resolution is read, I'm sure there'll be some comments. And if the chief would like to say anything, he will be welcome to as well. Councilmember Cunningham.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you for the opportunity to be able to do this. This is truly an honor to be able to read this resolution and lead us into this moment of celebration and sadness. So I'll go ahead and get us kicked off here. So this is a resolution honoring Fire Chief John Fredel for his service and dedication to the city of Minneapolis. Whereas Fire Chief John Fredel began his employment with the city of Minneapolis as a firefighter on March 2nd, 1979, and will leave his service as the fire chief after more than 41 years of dedicated leadership guided by the principles of integrity, service, honesty, and stewardship. And whereas during his tenure, Fire Chief Fredel served admirably as the incident commander during the I-35W bridge collapse. And whereas Fire Chief Fredel demonstrated vision and leadership in leading the creation of the Minneapolis Fire Department Emergency Medical Services Pathways Program. And whereas through his leadership, the Minneapolis Fire Department boasts the most diverse administration in its 162-year history. And whereas Fire Chief Fredel was instrumental in leading efforts towards the removal of barriers to employment with the Minneapolis Fire Department. And whereas Fire Chief Fredel led the creation of the Minneapolis High School Emergency Medical Responder Program. And whereas he led the creation of the Fire Explorers Program for youth within the Minneapolis Fire Department. And whereas he led a team of Minneapolis firefighters to provide relief efforts in Louisiana in the aftermath of Hurricane Katrina. And whereas Fire Chief Fredel, serving the city of Minneapolis in the Emergency Management Group of Regulatory Services in 2011, played an integral part in the city's recovery efforts following the Northside tornado. And whereas during his tenure with the city of Minneapolis, Fire Chief Fredel served on various work groups and task forces within the city enterprise and the state of Minnesota, including the executive board of the Minnesota Task Force 1 and the executive board of the Minnesota State Fire Chiefs Association. And whereas Fire Chief Fredel, through his advocacy and championship of community risk reduction and his strong and steady leadership, has helped to ensure that the city of Minneapolis is a safe place for the people who live, work, and play here. Now, therefore, let it be resolved that the mayor and city council, in recognition of his significant contributions to the city of Minneapolis and his stewardship of the fire department, do hereby present this resolution to Fire Chief John Fredel, together with our most sincere thanks and appreciation, as well as our best wishes in his future endeavor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Let's see, I'm just checking. So I'd like to recognize Mayor Fry, who's joined our meeting, to comment.
Thank you, Madam President. You are correct in that this feels entirely different than the way it would be conducted if we were in person. And I think there would be a whole lot of tears, a ton of hugs and back slaps. And, you know, Chief Fredel, since 1979 has been the epitome of public service. He has saved countless lives. He's helped so many people, and time to prepare for this moment and saying goodbye to Chief Fredel, but nonetheless, it really feels rough. And, you know, of course, I'm excited about our incoming chief, but I sure am going to miss Chief Fredel. Some of the things that I admire most of them is he tells it to you like it is. He's a strong leader that's invested in this department and building strong leaders well into the future. And his heart is just so big. I'm going to save some of the stories for later today during the reception. But I'll give you just a couple short ones here, knowing that you have a long schedule ahead. After the Drake fire, we had people who had just been displaced from their homes during a holiday. People were in serious trauma. And Chief Fredel just had this way about him where he'd make people feel better simply by his presence. He was certainly acknowledging the pain, but there were kids that were talking to him and smiling at him, and it was because of who he is and the heart that he has, and you just felt it deep down. I remember another instance when there was a fire over on Central Avenue, and people, once again, had lost huge chunks of their homes. And I got a call from a woman who has really small apartment there and had been collecting matchbooks from all over the world for decades and decades since she was a little kid. She was an elderly woman. And she could look up into the ruins and see that the glass jar where her matchbox were still there, you know, and what was so cool about it is the chief wasn't, yes, of course he was thinking about lives and saving people's lives, but he was also thinking about their humanity, their persona, and who they were. And so we did everything, of course, we could to save the jar of matchboxes as well. But anyway, you know, I'm going to save the rest of the stories for later, but he's dedicated the majority of his career to protecting the city. He's seen us through some of the most tragic moments, and I'm so proud of him and want to just say thank you, Chief Fredel, from the bottom of my heart. You're a leader, you've been a public servant, and the entire city is grateful.
Thank you, Mayor. Not surprisingly, many folks want to speak to this. Council Vice President Jenkins.
Thank you so much, Madam President. And boy, Chief Fredel, you have been more than a colleague. You've been a true friend, not only to myself, but to the city and residents of Minneapolis. I can't think of a more tumultuous year in my experience in City Hall related to fires, which started out with, you know, the end of 2019, as the mayor just mentioned, the Drake Hotel fire, and then subsequently all of the tragic fires, and certainly during the unrest, and yet you still managed to deal with all of these challenges professionally, to the best of your ability. You always are responsive to the council, and, you know, as Councilmember Cunningham noted in the resolution, lifting up young people and lifting up the leadership within the fire department is more than a skill. It's a passion. It's a mission, and you certainly have exemplified that leadership throughout your tenure at the city of Minneapolis. So I say farewell to you as the chief, but hope that we can stay in communication as friends. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you, Madam President. And just like my colleague said, this is a really hard day to see it go, Chief, and especially with the circumstances that we can't be together and have had more time together over these months since the pandemic really started. But as the mayor noted, you know, our chief, John Fredel, have a very lengthy history of public service, outstanding public service to the city and leadership in this department, and really some breakthrough leadership. But the key thing I will always remember about you is leadership beyond the department as well, in terms of how you just conduct yourself as a person and bring joy to those around you. I mean, I remember every time I see you, you light up, you're just always energetic. I don't think I've ever seen you in a bad mood. You know, we bring in classrooms of kids and stop by unexpectedly just to see if you were around as we went and tried to introduce school kids to the different department leaders, and you always welcome them in, and just the way you conducted yourself and encouraged them, really as just a role model, as a leader, as somebody who always brought joy to the room and will continue to bring joy to the room, and be a friend to really everyone. And so it's something that really stands out, and it's something that I think makes you so memorable beyond all of your leadership at this department. And it's something that is you will continue to carry on and be a leader in your community and to those around you. And I just want to thank you for all the time over the years. And it's been really a pleasure getting to know you. And I hope to stay in touch and hear what comes next for you, and just wish you all the best in retirement. And thank you so much for your service, Chief.
Councilmember Cunningham.
Thank you, Madam President. I wanted to turn it over to my colleagues before jumping in after the resolution. Chief Fredel, you know how much I appreciate you, and I'm so grateful for you. One of the things that I truly appreciate about you is that there is just a light in your eye, that in an energy of youthful focus and excitement that has not waned in the time that I've known you prior to even being elected myself. I've been grateful to have the opportunity to really be a champion of yours and your leadership as a council member. One of the things I really want to just point out to my colleagues is that we actually had the fire chief as one of the co-chairs of the youth cabinet, which is, for the public, which is a cross-departmental body that really focuses on youth investments across the whole city organization. And we had a fire chief as a co-chair of that. That's amazing, because his success and his passion about youth development, youth opportunities is really unmatched, and something very admirable that we should hope to see across all city leaders and all city departments, that level of commitment to young people in the city of Minneapolis. And I'll just briefly share that I volunteered at YouthLink for years with particularly homeless LGBTQ young people, almost all of them young people of color as well. And there were two of them actually who got into the EMS Pathways program. So we're talking about intersectionally marginalized young people who are experiencing homelessness, having a genuine pathway into a really robust, successful career. And that is the work of this chief. This is the product of the passion and commitment that has never waned. I'm sad to see you go, but your retirement is very well deserved. Thank you for your leadership, also in cultivating the leadership of people of color in your department. I'm very excited to see Assistant Chief Tyner also rise in leadership. So thank you so much for all that you do, Chief, all that you have done, and much to the same. I wish we were in person so I could give you a big hug and tell you, look you in your eyes and say thank you. But best of luck in your next endeavors. Thank you.
Councilmember Kano.
Hi, sorry. I was trying to get my camera to work. Chief Fredel, I just wanted to express my deep gratitude for a few of the legacies that I feel you are leaving here with us, which I see as a responsibility for all of us to continue. So I recall when we hosted a Latino employee meeting with you to talk about the new initiative that Somos, which is our employee resource group at the city, to talk about ways to diversify the workforce. And you were one of the panelists, and we talked about, so what are the ways that we can, try to do this work? Like, how can we diversify our workforce? And I remember your statement was just so clear, and the commitment that you made to diversify the workforce yourself. You stated something like, "We just did it. We just did it. We decided we wanted to have more diverse workers in our workforce, and that's what we did." And I remember feeling like, yeah, like if we could just make it that simple for all of our systems and all of our leadership to commit and believe in that vision. It showed me that surely through your will as a leader, that is something that you tended to every day as a chief in our department. So that's the kind of spirit and the kind of attitude and the kind of deep-seated commitment that makes it feel like a very natural thing that I feel we can all take away learning from you. I also want to express thanks for any and all of the work that you might have done to support the firefighters union and our firefighters to distribute coats every year. I know that our fire department is known for that program. Every winter, firefighters get together and hand out coats for children who come from low-income families. And having been one of those low-income kids, when I immigrated to this country at the age of 10, I can tell you that we certainly needed coats. And that it was, I think, were just really beautiful for me to see that be a part of your department. And so I hope that we can embrace that program more fully throughout the enterprise and find ways to collaborate and support that work. And any work that you might have done to support your firefighters in doing that, I think, is a blessing because they hand out coats for children at Little Earth, for kids at Anderson School, for other parts of the city that experience challenges with economic resources and stability. I also remember very vividly the several nights of flames in our commercial corridor on Lake Street. And I remember calling you at midnight, at 1 in the morning, at 2 in the morning, at 4 in the morning to check in on how we were doing to help put out the fires on Lake Street. And I remember you were on the ground. I remember the noises in the background of people and cars and sounds of moving and shifting and activity. And you were boots on the ground. You were out there yourself, experiencing what our community and our city employees were experiencing in that moment. And it really meant a lot to me that you could take my phone call during such a difficult time for our community, because it felt really lonely and it felt really hard. And just being able to reach you and talk to you about what our community needed at that moment was really significant for me. And I will never forget your availability and your access to trying to help our folks in such a difficult time. I also recall the stories of my neighbors who were part of the volunteer program with the firefighters, which is one of the many ways that residents were empowered to be able to put out the fires too. And that collectivism is really important, and I hope that we can continue to do more of that as well in the future. those skills and those connections and that empowerment that residents felt to be able to aid our own city in a deep time of need really paid forward. And lastly, I'll say that your collaboration with our Cuernavaca Sister City Association has been extremely valuable as a diplomatic tool and an empowerment tool for the Mexican and Latino community of Minneapolis. Through your leadership and your dedication, when Mayor Fry kindly and generously invited the mayor of Cuernavaca to come to Minneapolis last year with their delegation, the fire chief was able to open up the doors to his department and allow our sister city delegation to come and tour that site and the department and get to know our operations. And it was the most brilliant pictures that they could send back home, and they looked so proud, and everybody was really excited about the 2 fire trucks that we will deliver to Mexico. We're still working on it, of course, because we had to pause our work during the time that COVID-19 presented itself in our community. So those are all wonderful commitments and energy and passion that you have gifted all of us. And I can't thank you enough for your generosity and your kindness and your integrity, which I think is certainly leaving an imprint on our city and our employees. And I hope that we can continue that legacy moving forward. So please know that your job was done. You did it. And we're happy to continue to keep that legacy alive and pass it down to future generations. So thank you for your service y buena suerte en el futuro.
Thank you. Councilmember Goodman.
Thank you, Madam President. That will be a very difficult speech to outdo. So thank you, Councilmember Cano, for making comments I think that really most of us agree with. I just love you, John Fredel, Chief. You've been one of the best leaders we've ever had in the fire department, and I have worked with 4 fire chiefs over my tenure on the city council, and I don't think I could adequately sum up how I feel about you in a way that could really do justice to the work you've done for our community. For me, I have memories of you embracing 50 of my constituents who were so interested in the fire training facility and the personal tour that you gave them to encourage them to think about getting their kids and their families to become firefighters and to explain to them the importance of public service and public safety in our city. And I'll never forget the morning, not even a year ago, in January, of the fire at the Drake Hotel in the ward that I represent, and the boots on the ground that you had personally and the way that you worked with each of the residents of the hotel, trying to help them find a better place in the aftermath of that horrible fire. But mostly, I will appreciate the personal relationship that you developed with me, and it sounds like so many other of my council colleagues. I don't remember how many times I had the good fortune to ride with you in the Aquatennial Parade, you and other firefighters, as well as a whole host of small children and even my own dog, who you were happy to lift up onto that airboat and then take us all for ice cream afterwards. You are a coalition builder, you are a people person, you have done an incredible job in the department. You have accomplished so much, and we're just so proud of you. It's an amazing loss to have you not representing our department, but the imprint you've left most of all is in working with Brian Tyner to help him elevate to become the chief of the fire department. The legacy that you leave is that you were able to work with a really incredible firefighter and a man of color that you were able to get to take your place when all was said and done. So I congratulate you on your retirement. It is well deserved, and I'm hopeful that when we're all able to be together again in the Aquatennial next summer, you will join the firefighters boat along with whoever of us want to join and go down one of these beautiful streets and celebrate with all of us. So thank you for an incredibly wonderful career. I am so proud to have worked with you.
Thank you. I don't see other council members in queue. We will be in our budget hearing during the virtual celebration. So I know folks wanted to take the time to share so much thanks. I won't repeat what others will have said, but because of time, Chief, but I just want to add my personal thanks and the way that you have planned for the future of this department, your commitment to creating a pipeline for people in our community to have opportunity. The fire department under your leadership has had the best and most innovative and most forward-looking commitment to race equity and gender equity in our hiring and retention. And that is because you have supported that and you have supported the leaders within your department who are making that happen. And having the support of your department head when you are a staff person who is committed to innovation, that is committed to change, is just a game changer and is necessary for our city to move forward, to progress. It can't be underestimated how important it is for department heads to show the leadership that you have. So I just want to offer just my personal gratitude for that. And like others, my favorite memory is the days each year when the fourth graders from Whittier came to City Hall to learn about a future career in fire, and just the way that you inspired the kids. Your love for them and our city shone through. So apparently I will also tear up in our virtual goodbyes as well. So with that, I want to recognize Chief Arredondo to speak on behalf of the other department heads and staff at the city. Welcome, Chief.
Madam President, good morning. Thank you so much for allowing me an opportunity. I want to say, certainly on behalf of our department heads, we have certainly had a very courageous, a very visionary, a very empathetic, and just a wonderful leader in Chief Fredel. I believe that relationships are all about proximity. I've had the wonderful opportunity in my career in public safety to have seen the immense and important work of Chief Fredel firsthand. I remember the tremendous amount of his response to try to save lives in the 35W bridge collapse. It certainly impacted not only our city, but our entire state. As a new inspector at the 1st Precinct, I remember seeing Chief Fredel respond and his teams to the Cedar Riverside fire that bitterly cold New Year's Day. I remember him just organizing and leading safety efforts and life-saving efforts with ice pellets forming around his breath. He had his gear on. He has always led from the front. Certainly, I remember his response in being there for the tragic Minnehaha Academy school explosion, and how he's always been just so committed and life-saving, and obviously the Drake Hotel, as many have mentioned here. But more importantly than that, Chief Fredel, as all of us have certainly seen you do, you lead with compassion. You are so thoughtful and really caring for our communities. I remember you responding to those experiencing homelessness and the encampments, and being out there on the ground, making sure that everything from propane heaters and fires, that they were safe, at the same time doing all you could to make sure that they had adequate blankets, and organizing your teams to provide that compassionate care for our community. And I have just been, and of course, you're being able to mentor me as a public safety leader myself, and I've learned so much from you. You will leave a lasting legacy with the city of Minneapolis, and the only regret I know that you will have, Chief Fredel, is the fact that the MPD has won at least 5 out of the 6 Battle of the Badges rib contests, and so we will certainly make you an honorary rib taster anytime you want to come back and do that. But I send just so much gratitude, respect for you, and thank you for all of your great service over the last 4 decades. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Chief. Chief Fredel, would you like to add anything in this meeting?
Thank you, Madam President, council members, and mayor, and colleagues, and folks on the call. Really appreciate all the comments that have been and we'll get through this. I appreciate all the comments that have been made big time. It's really, you know what? I'm going to pick up my 8-ball because I use it a lot, and I know it helps me get through these bad times. You have to make some decisions, just toss it so now I can continue. I really appreciate, all the comments that people made this morning, and certainly I'd like to start out by thanking and congratulating Chief Tyner. I know that, I'm really proud to have a member of my staff now become the next chief of the department and carry on all the work that we've started, and I really congratulate and wish him the very best, and I will always answer the phone, Brian, if you're on the call. I'd like to also thank my staff, my firefighters for all the great work that they've done. I'd like to thank my family who are probably truly the ones who really, understand the passion that I have to serve this community. I'd like to thank this council, this city, and most importantly, this mayor for finally giving me the opportunity to thank you all for letting me live my dream. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. And I was ready to thank your family as well. I know that when folks have jobs that are often 24/7, it's really, the whole family that is contributing to our city. So just thank you. Please share your thanks with them on behalf of the city for all of the sacrifice that your family has made for our city. We'll miss you so much, as I'm sure you can hear from our voices and our comments. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you all.
With that, we will, Councilmember Cunningham has moved the resolution, and we will take that up for a vote during that regular part of our meeting later on. So that concludes that item. We will then move to our first order of official business, which is the mayor's regular report of our local health emergency addressing the city's response to COVID-19. We have a long day ahead of us, so Mayor Fry will be hitting the high points. And then Councilmember Cunningham has reminded us that the Public Health and Safety Committee will be having a more detailed update from the health department at the next regular meeting. They're rotating between COVID-19 updates and public safety reports from MPD and the Office of Violence Prevention. So the next one is COVID-19. Welcome, Mayor.
Thank you, Madam President. I will be brief, but first just wanted to note that Chief Fredel, if you're still listening after this pandemic is through, we all are going to get together, all of us, council members, firefighters, staff, for a big party in person, because you deserve it. One in honor of you. I'm going to be very brief. We have instituted 19 emergency regulations to date. As far as Minnesota case information, cases are up. Total positive are 333,626. That's 130,000 more than last report. There's 17,623 cases hospitalized. It's 5,000 more than last report. In Minneapolis, the total positive case information is 23,645. That's roughly 7,000 more than when we last met. Total hospitalized is 1,754. I'm going to skip through the Minneapolis demographic information. The health department is doing quite a bit of work, as is the Minnesota Department of Health. As you know, the total number of cases has increased 10% over the previous week. Hospitalizations have increased as well. There's quite a bit of work happening right now for case investigation, contact, and training, and tracing, excuse me. I'm not going to get into the tracing information, but I can tell you that there's extensive work that's happening right now and is becoming more difficult as the numbers creep up, given that there's so many more people that we have to trace for. The Minnesota Health Department is also sponsoring many testing events, including over at Sabathani Community Center, Columbia Manor, and the Minneapolis American Indian Center, and specific dates and times should be in your report. There's a lot of saliva testing that's happening as well right now, including over at the Minneapolis Convention Center and the Minneapolis-St. Paul Airport, as well as in Brooklyn Park. The test is very convenient and is extremely efficient and quick. So please, whenever you have the chance, go by to get yourself tested. I'm going to skip ahead to the COVID-19 vaccination. MHD is actively engaged in planning for the COVID-19 vaccinations, and the vaccine distribution plan for phase 1 critical populations will be submitted to the state by December 4th. There's quite a bit that we are presently doing to respond to community needs, whether it's handing out masks or hand sanitizer. I'm going to skip through that section though and move to procurement. Although there were no new purchases for this report, but the total did increase to $9,176,152, and that's because of a cooler purchase in the amount of $56,036, which we should have included in the total of the last report. Apologies that we didn't. The total number includes only purchases made through the emergency purchasing regulation, which allows for emergency COVID-19 purchases to be expedited to respond to the urgent COVID-19 cases. As is always the case, the total costs far exceed the amount that is included here in the emergency purchases report. For both public safety, MPD trends, as well as fire, you should have information in your report. Happy to address but I'm going to skip through in the interest of time. I'm also going to skip through the state and federal activity. I'll just note that on November 24th, Governor Walz announced an economic relief package aimed at assisting businesses across the state of Minnesota and supporting workers who are being continually impacted by the pandemic. Details of this package proposal have not been finalized at this time. And Governor Walz intends to call a special session to pass a package with the legislature. The federal update is limited, but the House and Senate reconvened on Monday after the holiday break with renewed enthusiasm for passing a corona relief package before the end of this year. It's very much needed. Moving on to the GAP funding package. As you know, MPHA has completed a review of all applications in the Stable Homes, Stable Schools COVID emergency expansion list. 538 households were approved for assistance from this portion of the Minneapolis GAP Funds for Housing program. Community prevention partners and city staff continue to work through the emergency housing assistance list to complete the full verification. To date, 1,026 households have been approved for assistance through this portion of the GAP Funds for Housing program. And as of December 6th, a total of 1,564 households have been approved. As for the forgivable loan program, they have been awarded to 173 small businesses. I will stop there. Thank you so much for your time. And thank you for your work around this budget cycle. All of your collaboration and your work is greatly appreciated.
Thank you, Mayor. Any questions for Mayor Frey? Seeing none, that concludes the report, and I will direct the clerk to file this report. The next order of business are the reports from our standing committees. We're beginning with the report from our Business Inspections, Housing and Zoning Committee, which will be presented by the Chair, Councilmember Goodman.
Good morning, Madam President, members of the Council. The Business Inspections, Housing and Zoning Committee is bringing 23 items forward for approval this morning. Item number 1, which is also the topic of the MCDA meeting later today, is a bond issuance for De La Salle High School. Item 2 is an application for Rand Towers liquor license. Item 3 is an interim use permit on behalf of Rescue Now Services for a shelter for those unsheltered. Item 4 are changes and passing an ordinance with regard to short-term rentals. Item number 5 is a TIF plan for the West Broadway curve. Item 6 is a certificate of appropriateness and granting an appeal for a property at 4736 DuPont. Item number 7 are the liquor license approvals, and 8 are the gambling license approvals. Item number 9 is rental license conditions for a property at 3401 17th Avenue South. Item 10 is a bid for plumbing services. Item 11 is a carry forward of our 2020 tax exempt housing revenue bonds. Item 12 is an affordable housing loan with People Serving People. Item 13 is extending the exclusive development rights at Snelling Yards. Item 14 is a contract amendment with River Services for management of the Upper Harbor Terminal property. Item 15 is an agreement with the Met Council with regard to a bus shelter at 2103 West Broadway. Item 16 is the capital funding recommendation for our 2020 Emergency Solutions grants. Item 17 is an appropriation through our Affordable Housing Trust Fund. Item 18 is the EAW approving its adequacy for a project at 21 North Washington. Item 19 is a rezoning on behalf of Norway House. Item 20 is the exterior security barriers ordinance. Item 21 is a contract amendment with MPHA with regard to stable homes, stable schools. Item 22 is the community-led process for cultural and community economic recovery at the Minnehaha and East Lake Street area. This is a resolution. And item number 23 are changes in our sustainability policy for 1 to 3 unit construction residential developments through projects financed through Minneapolis Homes Financing Program. With that, I'm going to move items 1 through 23 for approval this morning, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Goodman has moved the committee report. Councilmember Fletcher.
Thank you, Council President, and thank you to everyone on the Biz Committee who dug in on this and supported item number 4, the regulation on short-term rentals. I want to especially thank Director Kim Keller, Andrea Bosniak, Saray Garnett-Hockley, and Kelly Rose Jones, and everyone on the staff work group who's dug into the details of short-term rentals and their impact on our city over the last 18 months or so. I think we've gotten to a really good place with this. We're achieving 2 really important things. One is to give regulatory services the ability to intervene when there are problem properties and mismanaged properties that are causing nuisances and potentially danger, as we have seen and heard from community around mismanaged short-term rentals. And then we are also limiting the expansion of this business model in ways that was taking housing out of our housing stock. And we're preserving housing as housing, which I think is really important, while still giving people some flexibility and allowing short-term rental activity within a much more constrained environment. So appreciate everybody working on this. I think we got to a really good outcome, and I hope you'll all support it. Thanks.
Thank you. Any further comments on this agenda? Seeing none, clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Goodman.
Aye.
Councilmember Johnson.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Gordon.
Aye.
Councilmember Cano.
Aye.
Councilmember Reich.
Aye.
Councilmember Fletcher.
Aye.
Councilmember Schrader.
Aye.
Councilmember Osman.
Aye.
Councilmember Cunningham.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Vice President Jenkins.
Aye.
President Bender.
Aye.
There are 13 ayes.
That carries, and that report has been adopted. The next report is from the Policy and Government Oversight Committee, given by the Chair, Council Vice President Jenkins.
Thank you, Madam President. The Policy and Government Oversight Committee brings forward 13 items today. Items number 1 and 2 are legal settlements, the details of which are listed on the agenda. Item number 3 authorizes the submission of comments as a formal party to the Xcel Energy Integrated Resource Plan. Item number 4 authorizes requests for proposals for 2 new 100% renewable electricity resources. Item number 5 approves the Community Environmental Advisory Commission, or SEAC, appointments. Item number 6 authorizes an amendment to the City of Minneapolis MinFlex program or plan. Item number 7 is a resolution accepting the third quarter 2020 donations. Items 8 through 11 are various contract amendments related to the public service building. Item number 12 is an acceptance of a grant from the Minneapolis Downtown Improvement District to fund the Downtown Strategic Justice Partnership. Item number 13 is a resolution stabilizing the arts and culture services in the city enterprise. Madam President, I move approval of the Policy and Government Oversight Committee report.
Councilmember Gordon, thank you. Council Vice President has moved the committee report. Councilmember Gordon.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to speak briefly on item 4.
Thank you. Go ahead.
This is our moving to go out with an RFP to get more renewable energy. This is a really exciting project. It's actually taken us months and months. I really want to extend my gratitude to Brian Milberg for all the great work that he put into this. This is going to be a way that we can achieve our adopted renewable energy and climate goals in a way that doesn't cost us any extra money. In fact, I believe we might get there in ways that will save us a lot of money and also help save our environment. We're looking at getting renewable energy two ways, one outside the city and investing there, and also inside the city of Minneapolis itself, which is one of our stated goals and something we've been working on for a long time. One thing I just note that this is a new venture for us. I think there's it's worth us doing our due diligence with it, and it might be a good idea to have this come back to the council after we receive the responses to the RFP, hopefully to celebrate how great they are, but also to deliberate a little bit more carefully about what the next steps ought to be. But I'm very excited to see this come forward, and I thank Brian and all the sustainability staff who worked on it.
Thank you. Any other comments or discussion on the POGO agenda? I do have a quick comment on item 12. We talked about this a bit at committee. This is the resolution related to the city's arts and culture services. It does have a piece within it that is talking about staffing this work, which I always think is really important. When we ask staff to do more work, we should staff the work. Otherwise, we're just asking staff to do more with the same amount of resources. And so the other option is to ask staff to stop doing something else. I did notice that we talked a bit about how this would come through during our budget process. I did notice that Amendment 9 spoke to this. I just want to note that the amendment, I mean, we're in a really difficult budget cycle. You know, I think the amendment reflects that. But it is a pretty temporary fix. So I just want our actions to be meaningful when we take them. So I read this as, you know, stating the intention that we are committed to staffing this work into the future, just recognizing that will likely take future budget action past this 2021 budget to do so. And those decisions will have to be made through future budget decisions. So I know it's a bit like detailed and in the weeds, but I just want to make sure that's my understanding. Welcome any comments from the authors about that. You don't need to comment, but that's my understanding of how that particular bullet point related to staffing this work is meant to, what action it's meant to take. Council Vice President Jenkins.
Thank you, Madam President. I do just want to agree with you and your assessment, and that this is to really tee up how we can continue to have ongoing support for this work beyond the temporary nature of the fix that you stated. So thank you for pointing that out.
Thank you, and thank you to you and the other authors for this work. Any further comments on the POGO agenda? Seeing none, clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Goodman.
Aye.
Councilmember Johnson.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Gordon.
Aye.
Councilmember Kano. Councilmember Kano. Councilmember Reich.
Aye.
Councilmember Fletcher.
Aye.
Councilmember Schrader.
Aye.
Councilmember Osman.
Aye.
Councilmember Cunningham.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Vice President Jenkins.
Aye.
Councilmember Kano. President Bender.
Aye.
There are 12 ayes.
That carries, and that report is adopted. The next report is from the Public Health and Safety Committee, presented by the Chair, Councilmember Cunningham.
Thank you, Madam President. The Public Health and Safety Committee is bringing forward 5 items for approval today. Item number 1 is approving the appointment by the Executive Committee of Brian Tyner to the appointed position of Fire Chief for a 2-year term. Item number 2 is 2, 3, 4 is authorizing submittals for applications to the Minnesota Division of Homeland Security and Emergency Management from the Office of Emergency Management. And item number 5 is authorizing the master contracts with the Minneapolis Health Department. I move approval of these 5 items.
Councilmember Cunningham has moved the committee report. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Goodman.
Actually,
Sorry, Councilmember Cunningham.
Sorry, again, I didn't want to immediately jump in. I just wanted to take a moment to congratulate now, hopefully, Chief Tyner for his appointment to this position. It is very exciting to see someone who is from the North Side in leadership positions at the city of Minneapolis. So I just wanted to take an opportunity to congratulate Chief Tyner on his appointment.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Johnson.
thank you, Madam President. And I didn't want to let this moment pass either without congratulating Chief Tyner. Very excited for you to step into this role. I'm really looking forward to working with you in this. It's an exciting moment, and it's, you know, as tough as it was to see Chief Fredel go today, this is exciting news as well. So we gotta, you know, it's there's sad news today and also great news today as well. So we really are looking forward to working with you. Thank you, or continuing to work with you. Thanks.
Thank you, Council Vice President Jenkins.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to echo those sentiments as well. Congratulations, Chief Tyner. It is, it's just an exciting day. And I think, you know, just witnessing the Chief Fredel retire and your elevation to Chief really speaks to the fact that that public safety is much broader than just the police. And so you are leading our first responders. Just yesterday, my next door neighbor had some very emergency health challenges, and the fire department was there to help transport and stabilize the situation, and that's the kind of work that happens every day with the Minneapolis Fire Department, and I'm just so glad that you're going to be leading this department into the future. So congratulations, sir.
Thank you, and thanks to my colleagues for taking the time to recognize Chief Tyner. We know you have such an exciting vision for the future of a department that really works to support health, equity, safety for our city. So our department is in great hands with your leadership. Any further discussion? Seeing none, clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Goodman.
Aye.
Councilmember Johnson.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Gordon.
Aye.
Councilmember Kano.
Aye.
Councilmember Reich.
Aye.
Councilmember Fletcher.
Aye.
Councilmember Schrader.
Aye.
Councilmember Osman.
Aye.
Councilmember Cunningham.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Vice President Jenkins.
Aye.
President Bender.
Aye.
There are 13 ayes.
That carries, and that report is adopted. Finally, we have the report from the Transportation and Public Works Committee presented by the Chair, Councilmember Reich.
Thank you, Madam President. The committee forwards 10 items today for approval. Before I read those items, I want to note that in committee, we did recognize the outstanding work of Water Treatment and Distribution Director Glenn Garretts. It seems like today is a lot of recognition of great leadership, the people that really make our city tick, and he certainly had so many accomplishments that we recognized in committee. The first item was a passage of a resolution proceeding with the work for the Johnson Street Reconstruction Project. The second one was likewise a street reconstruction project approval and the actions necessary to proceed. Item 3 was the Brooklyn Boulevard Reconstruction Project, cooperative agreement with the City of Brooklyn Center. 4 is the agreement with the Metro Transit of Hennepin County for D-Line Bus Rapid Transit Project. 5 is a contract amendment with Lunda Construction Company for the 10th Avenue Southeast River Bridge Rehabilitation Project. 6 is the temporary easement agreement with the PCA Roads Incorporated for temporary access and use of the Central City Storm Tunnel. 7 is the grant application to MnDOT for the Clean Transportation Pilot closeouts with the appropriations and reallocations listed. 9 is the bid for concrete sidewalks, curb, driveway, and approaches project. And 10, we approved and adopted the Minneapolis Transportation Action Plan, a fairly monumental document that will have far-reaching impacts on how we move forward with our objectives as a city for our build form and how we move around. In committee, there was much recognition of the staff work that went into this. And I also know that Council President Bender has a small amendment to make, and I actually will yield the floor so she can address that.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And I know that there's much to say about the larger piece. I have a very small amendment that is responsive to one of the schools in Ward 10. There's actually quite a lot of destinations right near here. So just adding this small segment to the All Ages and Abilities Network to respond to those comments, it would be 24th Street between Pleasant and First Avenue. So I'll move that amendment. Perhaps in the interest of time, that could be included unless, I mean, I guess I can ask if there's any objection to including that in the final underlying amendment vote, if that's okay with the chair, with the clerk. I'm the chair. Can you're the chair? Mr. Clerk, is it all right? I just, in the interest of time and in this virtual environment, yeah. So
Madam President, Mr. Chair, there are 2 amendments on my table. I have one from Council President Bender and one from Councilmember Ellison, both related to the Transportation Action Plan, and we certainly can include both of those as part of the original report in one motion.
Certainly. And does Councilmember Ellison wish to speak to the amendment?
I'm happy to briefly. It's because the council and the county are looking to mitigate the alignment for the Blue Line extension. I wanted to ensure that if the alignment isn't going to go down Olson, that we still, a lot of community members there have been promised safety improvements along Olson Highway. I know that it's not a city road, but I think that we could, I think that we should stay committed to making sure that we improve Olson Highway. A lot of community members have been asking me about this and wanting to make sure that despite the possibility that the Blue Line is no longer going to go down Olson, that we're still committed to making sure that we prevent traffic deaths and pedestrian deaths along that corridor.
Well, thank you for that explanation. So we now have 2 amendments that will be included in the overall document. And I think, Madam President, assured that there's no objection to that. I will move all items as submitted, Madam President.
Thank you. Councilmember Reich has moved the committee report with those 2 amendments included as item 10. Unless there's any objection. Is there any objection to either of those amendments from council members? Thank you. Is there any discussion on the committee report? I will then just briefly comment on item 10. I know we had a lot of discussion at committee, but this is a really important plan for our city, the Transportation Action Plan. It will guide the implementation of our street system for the next decade. Our streets in Minneapolis make up 25% of all of the land in our city, and we have so much control over what happens in them. They're a huge opportunity for us to make good on our promises around race equity and sustainability, because the choices we make as we're building our streets really affect people's behavior. How are they choosing to get around? People's access, are they able to safely and conveniently get where they're trying to go? Does it take 3 hours on 4 buses to get to your job? Can you safely walk to school with your kids? And our investments, our commitments to climate. I mean, we've committed to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 80%. We cannot do that without significant changes in our transportation system. So thank you to the incredible work that our staff team has done in Public Works. Councilor Reich and I worked, Councilor Reich and others, I was there when in 2014, we created a new transportation planning division in Public Works, small investment in staff who have done an incredible job along with their colleagues throughout the Public Works Department, folks who work on surface water and sewers, folks who do our traffic, the traffic signals and the lighting system, street maintenance team. I know every single aspect of Public Works was involved in creating this plan. And as the director noted during committee, it was done in-house using the expertise of our staff. So that makes it so much more ready to go for implementation. We're facing budgetary constraints that may slow the work down, unfortunately, but because really this is the time, I think, to make some of those big moves. But I'm confident that this plan is setting us up for the next 10 years to really shift to a more equitable and sustainable street system in so many ways. So thank you to Director Hutchison for her leadership and the whole staff team that put this together. Any further comment? And since Councilor Reich doesn't seem like he's going to say more, I just will thank you, Mr. Chair, for all your leadership of this work for so many years, really gotten us to this place, and it will be so important in getting all the projects done. So thank you.
It was really good to work with you in the department.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Goodman.
No on 10, aye on the remainder.
Councilmember Johnson.
Aye.
Councilmember Johnson.
Aye. Can you hear me?
I did just now. Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Gordon.
Aye.
Councilmember Kano.
Aye.
Councilmember Reich.
Aye.
Councilmember Fletcher.
Aye.
Councilmember Schrader.
Aye.
Councilmember Osman.
Aye.
Councilmember Cunningham.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Vice President Jenkins.
Aye.
President Bender.
Aye.
There are 13 ayes on the full report except for item number 10, which has 12 ayes and 1 nay.
Those items carry and that report is adopted. The next order of business is resolutions. We have 2 resolutions today. The first is the 2020 Human Rights Day resolution, which was brought forward by Council Member Ellison. And the second is the honorary resolution presented to our retiring fire chief, Chief Fredel. So thank you again to the chief for all of his service to our city. I will ask for a motion to adopt both of these resolutions.
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion? And of course, Councilor Ellison, if you want to speak to the resolution, you're welcome to. Up to you.
Yes, I'll be brief. This is a resolution recognizing December 10th as Human Rights Day in the city of Minneapolis. I think this year is as important a year as any to recognize people's human rights. And I think that it's been extremely difficult, not only with coronavirus, but also with the murder of George Floyd. And we're having these discussions as a city about what it looks like to make sure that people can be securely housed. We have a homelessness crisis. We're looking to affirm our commitment to accountability within our public safety system, while also making sure that we move forward with a public safety system that keeps people safe, because we have seen an uptick in violence out in our community, and so it's been a tough year, but also that we exist in a national and a global context in which these conversations are also happening, not just a conversation around coronavirus and how folks are coping with that, but also a conversation around state violence and police violence, and how we and I think that our communities are fed up with that. Obviously, human rights goes way deeper and way further than those two topics, but I wanted to make sure that we brought this forward, that we at minimum could have a day where we as the city of Minneapolis affirmed our commitment to human rights, and with that, that's all. So thank you so much for giving me a moment to speak.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any further discussion? Seeing none, clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Goodman.
Aye.
Councilmember Johnson.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Gordon.
Aye.
Councilmember Cano.
Aye.
Councilmember Reich.
Aye.
Councilmember Fletcher.
Aye.
Councilmember Schrader.
Aye.
Councilmember Osman.
Aye.
Councilmember Cunningham.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Vice President Jenkins.
Aye.
President Bender.
Aye.
There are 13 ayes.
That carries and the report is adopted. So we have a request for closed sessions by the city attorney in 2 litigation matters.
Yes, Council President.
I'm sorry, I'm pausing because I'm switching windows in my virtual chair land here. So the first is litigation matter of Lucas McDonough versus Clifton Tolles et al. And the State Farm Fire and Casualty Company versus Clifton Tolles et al. The second is the litigation matter of Karen Nelson Schaefer as trustee for the next of kin of George Floyd Jr. deceased versus Derek Chauvin, Tu Tao, Thomas Lane, J. Alexander Kung, and the city of Minneapolis.
Yes, Council President Bender, these cases are in active litigation in federal court, and your lawyers wish to discuss with the council litigation strategy and/or settlement possibilities. Accordingly, under the Minnesota Open Meeting Law, Minnesota Statute Section 13D.05, Subdivision 3B, the council may, upon proper motion, close the meeting for purposes of attorney-client communication. In considering the motion, the council should weigh the right of the public to know what the government is doing against the need of the city to preserve the confidentiality of its discussions with its attorneys. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rauter. So I will note that we do have, after the city council meeting, a meeting of our MCDA. That will happen after we come back from the closed session and conclude the final official business of this meeting. So I will move that this meeting may be closed pursuant to the Open Meeting Law, Minnesota Statute Section 13D.05, Subdivision 3B, to discuss litigation matters as explained by the city attorney, both of which are stated on the agenda for this meeting and I read into the record. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
The clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Goodman.
Aye.
Councilmember Johnson.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Gordon.
Aye.
Councilmember Cano.
Aye.
Councilmember Reich.
Aye.
Councilmember Fletcher.
Aye.
Councilmember Schrader.
Aye.
Councilmember Osman.
Aye.
Councilmember Cunningham.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Vice President Jenkins.
Aye.
President Bender.
Aye.
There are 13 ayes.
That carries. And we will now move to the closed session. For my colleagues, that means we leave this meeting and join the other virtual one. For the public, that means we will be off the broadcast for a while, and we will come back to this same broadcast meeting for both the conclusion of this meeting and the MCDA meeting that follows. It looks like we will still be on track to start the budget markup at 1:30, but we can always announce a shift. So I just do want to acknowledge it's nearly 11 now. We expect to still start our budget meeting on time at 1:30 after the conclusion of this meeting. Thank you. So this will adjourn to the closed session.
Madam President, this is Casey. I think we have a full crew of the council members who have returned from closed session to reconvene. I show in the chat all 13 council members present. If you wish to reconvene the public session, we are broadcasting.
Thank you, Mr. Carl. The time is now 1:15 p.m. and the City Council has reconvened in open session following our closed session about the settlements listed on our agenda. I'll ask the clerk to record that we have a quorum for this portion of the meeting. And the clerk is nodding, yes. And he's
yes, Madam President.
Stated at the beginning of this meeting that we have a quorum for this meeting. So let the record reflect that we have a quorum of 13 council members. We do have action item on the first of the two litigation matters mentioned.
And Madam President, as you're preparing to introduce that, the technical team will be displaying for the public the motion that has been prepared by the City Attorney's Office for consideration by the council on this issue. And hopefully that's displaying now for your viewing.
Yes, so this is the litigation matter of Lucas McDonough versus Clifton Tolles et al. And I will see if there is a motion on this item. Councilmember Goodman.
Thank you, Madam President. I will move the motion in front of us as recommended by the City Attorney's Office.
Is there a second?
Second, Schrader.
That has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this item? I will put myself in queue. We don't usually comment on these settlement decisions as we have to return to open session. In fact, in 7 years on the City Council, I'm not sure I can remember anyone ever commenting publicly, but I feel that I have heard feedback from a lot of people asking us all to take more accountability for our actions. And I take that to heart, and I take that responsibility to heart, particularly in my role as council president. I think one of the reasons we don't comment is because as we begin our closed sessions, we are reminded that we're not allowed to speak publicly about the matters that we're discussing that are protected by attorney-client privilege. And so I think council members are rightfully concerned to follow those rules. I'll go ahead and offer and ask the city attorney to interrupt me at any time if there's any concern, and we'll strive to use information that is publicly available. And I really actually want to speak about why I will not be supporting this settlement today. This case, as stated in the complaint, plaintiff Lucas McDonough was severely injured when defendant Clifton Tolles, an off-duty Minneapolis police officer, put him in a chokehold, dragged him outside a bar, and punched him in the face. McDonough brings this action against defendants Tolles, the City of Minneapolis, and Foslin Olson Inc., also known as the 1029 bar, asserting claims under 42 USC section 1983 and state law. And those are the alleged actions from the lawsuit. As we consider settlement agreements, I'll first say that our city attorney's office has done, I think, an incredible job here in this case, and does incredible work in balancing really difficult decisions and roles. And I think there's a lot of very valuable, thoughtful parts of this recommendation that are solid reasons for council members to support this agreement. And if others want to speak to the details or ask the attorneys to speak to the details, that would be welcomed. But in the interest of time, I will just focus on my piece, which is that having served for 7 years and voting on many settlements, I find myself hearing over and over that the legal weaknesses that we have as a city, that the potential legal risk that we have can be remedied by actions of reform, of policy change, and yet the settlement, yet the lawsuits keep coming. And yet the actions don't seem to be taken to change those policies and practices in a meaningful way, so that we're not back in the same place again and again and again. I have often, and I expect many council members in this case, to weigh the financial ramifications to the city for not settling. I have come to believe, as one council member, that the cumulative impact of settling these cases on each merit, each with very different circumstances, is creating an environment where we're not motivated to take the actions we need to take as a city. And I've come to believe myself, as one council member, that we are putting ourselves at greater future financial risk in the long term. So I'm not asking my colleagues to vote in any particular way. I respect the individual decisions that each council members will make. And I certainly do not want to suggest, or I want to be very clear that I do not think a vote on this matter today in any way reflects a council member's commitment to change. But I just can't myself continue to vote yes for these settlements, expecting to have a different result in the future. Councilmember Ellison.
Thank you, Council President. I want to affirm a lot of the positions that a lot of the facts that you just stated. Yesterday, I talked about how our inaction as an enterprise to effectively move in a different direction with public safety was our way of accepting these kinds of incidents as simply the cost of doing business when it comes to public safety in Minneapolis. And some of my colleagues took it personal and reacted, and I don't know if that was out of a guilty conscience or a misunderstanding of my statement, but this is what I'm talking about. We've been here a number of times before, and I have voted for settlements that felt wrong internally, but felt like the right thing to do economically. But I think that it hasn't led to the kind of change that we need. And so even though when we pay these settlements, it's not reflected in the police budget, this is the police budget. It's hidden, but this is a part of the police budget. And these situations where people are not killed, they're less high profile, but the taxpayers are on the hook for them anyway. They don't get as much airtime, they don't generate quite as much outrage, but taxpayers are on the hook, quietly on the hook for stuff like this numerous times a year. And it has not resulted in the kind of change. And every single time we think this is going to teach us something. This is going to be, that final straw that gets us changing behavior. But to the council president's point, it hasn't been that. And that precedes my time on the council. But again, I can't sit here and continue to affirm this limitless spending on behalf of our department. And so I'll also be voting no, but I didn't want to do it quietly without folks understanding why or having the public confused as to why I was taking this position when many of us on the council have ever rarely taken a no vote on incidences like this.
Council Vice President Jenkins.
Thank you so much, Madam President. And I guess I just want to confirm that when we all were sworn in as city council members, we take an oath to be fiduciarily responsible for the resources of the city of Minneapolis. And so in that regard, it is it is not necessarily a choice that we have to make in these settlement decisions per se. It is a part of our duties and responsibilities. And so, each one of these cases are enormously emotionally taxing. It absolutely points out the flaws in our own systems and policies, but I think more broadly, and it needs to be stated, that it points out the systemic nature of the broader context of federal courts, the state courts, the laws, and the policies that we as the city of Minneapolis have to operate within. And so, these are enormously challenging decisions to make, and they are absolutely made within a much broader context than just the city of Minneapolis. And so I just wanted to sort of enunciate that in this context. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Council Vice President. Councilmember Osman.
Thank you, Madam President. And really listening to Council President and other council members that this is their 7th or money numbers than me settlement they have listened to, and they sit down. This is my first settlement, I believe, and I'm already tired and emotionally listening to this, and I feel other council members position, they're getting tired of it. I think one council member say our city is being bankrupt by keep having this settlement, not just one, but 2 or 3 within very short time. And I also the comments that I was hearing that we need to see change and we need to see reform, and just being new here is who are making those changes. Who, and what I'm talking about is police misconduct. I'm not talking about anything else. This is police misconduct that are that we're talking about, the settlements and the police misconduct. Please educate me and tell me who needs to make those changes. Is it the chief? Is it the mayor? Or is it the council members? This reform that we all want to see, that the public want to see. But this is not going to be the last settlement. And it's all the behavior of the people that we trust to protect our public and our public safety. So just want to add there, it's can't finger point and wait someone to make the change. Just tell me who has that power to change. I don't know. I'm in the process, still learning really how this works. How can we make sure police are not making those misconduct? And so we have to all sit down and use the taxpayers to pay their actions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. And I'm happy to follow up. We are happy to welcome you to the council. Just factually speaking, the charter gives the mayor full authority over the police department. There's a long memo from our city attorney outlining some of the tools that the city council has or doesn't have in these matters. It's been frequently suggested that we use our budget process to create accountability in the police department. So these are things that we talk about when we're talking about the charter amendments that have been debated recently as well. Councilmember Cunningham.
Thank you, Madam President. You know, I won't necessarily get too much into it, but you know, the questions that I have is, you know, how many times have we had to make difficult, painful votes like this? How much money of taxpayer dollars has been lost because of police misconduct and abuse? We are right now making decisions, like literally right now, about this police department, using the only authority that we have over the police department is through the budget. We are making those decisions right now. We literally cannot continue. We cannot afford continuing this police department as it exists and our public safety system as it currently operates. We literally cannot afford it. I am calling on my colleagues today who are maybe going to vote against this, who have spoken out against this. I am calling on folks and challenging them that if you're going to vote against this and then turn around and say that $10 million ongoing in the budget for MPD for overtime is okay, that is a misalignment of our values as a council. We are using our authority, the only authority that we have right now, which is through the budget. It is not through this settlement. I will be voting in favor of this, not because of the fact that I think that this is a great outcome. I think that our city attorney staff have worked incredibly hard to get us to this particular position. And we are a small part of a broader criminal justice ecosystem. And this is just an example of this vote here is not going to change that broader system. But what we do have authority over is our police department. And we need to actually use the little bit of authority that we have. Voting against this and then voting for pretty much a bottomless pit of money, that is business as usual, and that is true complicity in maintaining these systems. So I will be voting in favor of this, not because I think that it's great and not because I think that this is the way our system should operate, but this is the way for us to mitigate potential more significant risk. But we need to take real action. We need to actually show up as policymakers and make real decisions that will have an impact on what we do have authority over. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Councilmember Fletcher.
Thank you, Council President. And thank you for creating some transparency around how we're voting and how we're approaching these very important questions. These settlements are a a huge liability for the city, and we know that there are more coming, and it's important that the taxpayers who are ultimately footing the bill for all of this see the decisions that we're making. I am going to vote yes on this one. It hurts. I think the reason that I'm a yes, and I understand why some people are no's, I think we're going to more and more have a hard time justifying these settlements moving on. I think we might be getting to a point, if we can't see change, that we just want to take these things to court and see what the courts do to us. But the reason that I am supporting this one, there's a couple of really good things that the city attorney did, and particularly I think this is one that maintains some accountability for the individual officer. I think that's something that we haven't seen in a lot of these settlements, and I appreciate it. I think it sends a message that this behavior needs to change. And so I don't think this is the right one for me to take this stand on. I understand why it's going to be a split vote. And I think that it's important moving forward. We do have to protect the city from liability in these decisions. We have to weigh the risk of exposure to bigger things. And we have to weigh the cumulative effect of settling everything and letting business as usual continue. And I think that for me, a part of what makes me feel ethically okay about a yes vote is that I am committed to disrupting business as usual and to passing some real changes in this budget that we've proposed, and also in the year coming forward. And I think it's critical that we do that, whether you're voting yes or no on this. I think it's critical that we do this. We have to be able to look our constituents in the eye and say that we have taken steps so that in the future these settlements will not be coming through in this way.
Thank you. Are there any further comments from council members? I'll just add a final thought that over the years, and it's been 7 years in office with many more settlement conferences and decisions like this, I think in public statements, families or the plaintiffs themselves, families in death cases or plaintiffs in the other cases, express a desire to change our system through the financial settlement. And it's part of the system that isn't working to create accountability, because the dollars that we pay for to settle these cases do not come out of the police department's budget. And I think we often think, and I often think about when I'm weighing all of the different things that we council members have a legal obligation to do, our fiduciary responsibilities, our values, what we know and hear from our constituents. We think about, well, what can we do with this money? And we think about funding affordable housing or funding things that community wants, but we just keep seeming to fund the police department. So not only is the money not coming out of their budget, we're increasing their budget every single year. And this year, considering practically giving them unlimited overtime with no accountability. And I just think that it's important to state that the feedback loops aren't working in the way that I think some members of the public may expect. Although I do think we are reaching a breaking point where the cumulative costs to the city may actually become untenable. So I appreciate so much the thoughtful discussion. I've never heard a council member speak in public about a settlement. I learned a lot from many mentors, and so this was new territory. We are working really hard together to create change, and it means sometimes we have to try new things and do new things. I appreciate the thoughtfulness of all my colleagues, especially those who you just heard from and spoke. With that, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Goodman.
Aye.
Councilmember Johnson.
No.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Gordon.
Aye.
Councilmember Cano.
No.
Councilmember Reich.
Aye.
Councilmember Fletcher.
Aye.
Councilmember Schrader.
Aye.
Councilmember Osman.
No.
Councilmember Cunningham.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison.
No.
Vice President Jenkins.
Aye.
President Bender.
No.
There are 8 ayes and 5 nays.
That motion carries. That concludes the business on our agenda. I'll just note for the public record that on item 2 from the closed session, we did not have an official action for the council to consider. So with that, we have concluded the business from this meeting. We do have a meeting of the MCDA. So we will adjourn this meeting and then reconvene in that meeting. For my colleagues, that means you exit this meeting and go to your calendar and go to the new meeting. For the public, I want to recognize that we are now past the time where we said we would start our budget meeting. Why don't we'll make that announcement.
I assume that based on the agenda for the MCDA, that will take less than the 15 minutes we have until 2 o'clock. And so I would assume we will complete all MCDA business and be ready to start the markup session on the 2021 mayor's proposed budget prior to 2 o'clock. That's not a time definitive, but I would assume we would be ready to start that before 2 o'clock.
Thank you. I'm just noting that we haven't had any break since 9:30 a.m. So, okay.
And so if you wish to take that break,
sure.
you certainly can.
Why don't we handle this now before we adjourn to the MCDA so we're not creating confusion? So I do see Councilmember Gordon requesting a break. I'll recognize the budget chair, Councilmember Palmisano.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do want to point out that yes, it's been a very long morning and a very emotionally difficult morning. I've heard interest from my colleagues to have a short break before markup. I think it would make sense to begin markup at 2:30 today.
Thank you. So we will finish up our business here, convene the other meeting, take a short break, and reconvene at time certain of 2:30 p.m. for the second budget markup meeting. Okay, so with that, we've concluded all of the business at this meeting. I will move to, we usually do announcements. Does anyone have an announcement to make? Okay, so I will adjourn this meeting to the December 9th meeting at 6:05 p.m. We will have the full council meeting then to conduct the final public hearing prior to adopting our proposed fiscal year 2021 budget, consolidated plan, and proposed water and sewer rates. We'll have more to announce about that hearing soon because we do finalize the budget after that hearing, which we preferably don't want to do at 4 in the morning when no one is awake. So with that, we are adjourned. We will see you in the next MCDA meeting in just a moment.